Are we ready? I know I am. So, whether or not you are, it's time for another episode of the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Hey, my name is Adam. You are the Pixel Pals. I've already said the name of the show, so without further ado, it's time to go. Welcome everyone to the Friday edition of the stream. Today, we're going to be working on more Insignia dev. I'm feeling much better today. I slept in and I'm good. So we're going to enjoy just grinding through the game. I'm going to do a lot of grey boxing today. You will be, what's the word? Mostly ignored while I work on the game scenario. I want to say a big welcome to everybody who's here in chat right now on Twitch and on YouTube. Welcome. And a big thank you to Z Evil for the most recent follow and Eyes for the most recent subscription. Sup? Hopefully you're all doing well. Want to see what I'm working on? Feeling good about it. Yeah. Getting there. Making progress. We're not going to work on this all day. We're not going to work on this at all today, I don't think. I just wanted to... I put some time into it last night, and I thought I would just render the scene out, in a way that works. So, like, this is just environments that are going to be in the game. And the reason why I was even working on this was because I was trying to set up the different scenario points to create, when we go into the nighttime or the daytime or whatever. So now we can start plugging that stuff in and get cracking. So, all right, let's get straight into it. I'm going to go into focus mode and let's just crank that. Let's just crank it in the work sense. Let's crank the work. We're going to crank through some work. Don't crank anything else. We're just gonna cook. That's right. That's better. Kids say that these days. All right. So, I think I will legit hide chat. This is a real lock-in. Okay. We're locking in. Okay. So to do this, we need a couple of different day-night moments. So we need a quest toggle. Condition toggle. I'll make a thing called like condition. Time of day condition. Get a condition behavior on that and a condition toggle. Chuck the behavior on there, and then this is going to toggle. This is like night condition, and then another one called day condition. So the night condition says that we have not met Giovanni is false on load. That's the night condition. And the day condition is that we have met Now we could remove this and drag this condition into there and then say disable instead. And that way we've only got one condition behavior. And it's going to, manage both outcomes. That's not bad. Maybe what I'll do is say empty parent day night condition. And then this is like night toggle. And this is day toggle. I'm like, I noticed something recently. My brother was... Oh, I can tell you this today. Hang on, chat. Let me explain something. He gave me permission to talk about it. Oh, and he's right in chat. There we go. Now we can see chat. Can I tell him Universal? Can I say the thing? Or do you want to say it? You can type it in chat if you want. I assume you're still here. Pardon me. Why don't you tell everyone in chat what you've been doing? You can write down I'll repeat it. I'll read it out loud, but you tell them what you've been doing the last, year almost. Look at that. I can toggle it now. Is day. Is night. My brother spent the last year working on the Zelda movie. And what was your role on the Zelda movie? Tell these fine people what you were doing on that movie. So, my brother works in virtual art department. He was a virtual art director. Can I say that? That you were the director? Or a director at the virtual art department? You take the sets that the art department design and put them into Unreal Engine so that you can scout them with the director of the film, right? And the director of photography. And not just that, you guys were building like virtual set extensions. You were a technical director on this one. So like you had moments where you would be on set with the crew filming the movie, and they would build a set practically up to a certain point, and then your team would be able to show on screen on the monitor the rest of the set. the virtual set that's going to be there in the post, right? Have I got that right? That's correct. Isn't that an insane thing? Isn't that crazy that my brother does that? and can you say who you met on that project? Can I tell them who you met? Oh, I made a mistake. Hang on. My brother, Patrick, showed me a photo, I swear to God, of him. My brother's 6'3". Pat, universal in chat is 6'3". There is a photo he has shown me of Pat standing, and on one arm is Shigeru Miyamoto, and on the other arm is Eiji Aonuma. Like the two most, like senior creative people at Nintendo working on Mario and Zelda since 1985 on an arm each. What an insane, you met our heroes, but like my heroes too. Like you met our heroes. Hey, Jolly Wally. The fighting game it's not a priority at the moment, but still it lives in me. It will get made one day, I promise. But it can't be the priority, unfortunately. Yeah. The only thing, next you'll meet Hitoshi Sakimoto and Tetsuya Nomura. And then there'll be nothing left to conquer. Yeah, dreams. Your dreams do, for sure. Your dream literally came true. You got to work on an honest-to-goodness first-party Nintendo IP and meet the people that, inspired us as children. And you got to be a part of that, a real creative part of that, not just a fan thing. Your work defines Hyrule. Aspects of what game? The film. The Zelda movie. So there's something that you would give me little morsels about things that you were doing on the project. And it was you would describe things like how to construct a Hyrule that would work for the film. Which games it should be most inspired by. No, you would describe the kinds of things you would do to me, do on the project to me. You were describing them to me. I never got to see anything, but and I'm very excited to see it one day. But the kinds of challenges that you had on that project are, they would be what you would expect. but super, like, what's the word? Like, such, not responsibility, but what an opportunity creatively to think about how that place becomes a real place, you know, where things are relative to each other, which games to be inspired by, how the geometry in a location could reference, or textures or things could reference the games or be authentic in that way. I mean, you told me that like you had become kind of like an on-site Zelda authority, you know? Imagine being like the resident gamer, the resident Zelda gamer, to be able to say, oh, like in Twilight Princess, you know, there's this moment, and in this scene, in this location, they have these textures on the wall. So maybe we should try to, you know, use that in this scene or reference that in this scene. That kind of stuff is, I can't believe that you got to do that. You got to like speak on behalf of like us, basically. You got to be us for like a whole year. So this is why when we finally one day do get the opportunity to work together, it's going to be sick. All right. So daytime assign. Why doesn't that work? Probably because, well, yeah, now we go into focus mode. Why do you not work? Let's have a look at that. That's not what I want. Shush. Really, this is like get game data based on the set. For each of the flags, set flag, whether that is true. So debug.log is now set to blah. So if I go here and I press clear and I press assign, it should say that meet Giovanni is set to false. But it doesn't. Do I ever use Emacs? Nope. Oh, also, chat. Thank you very much. I can't read you anymore. I'm breaking up with you. Okay, so why is this doing this? I is less than checklist.index. And I is less? No. Just go through all of them. Got him. Okay. Fixed. So now I do this and it's daytime. This is so critical that I can do this efficiently. Let's push that. Being able to just like set the game state to a specific point, like this save file plus these flags, assign, go, done. So if I go to here and I go here, you can't enter that because we need to have unlocked an ability. So it's like unlock, I think it's water step is what I've used here. That's going to go above here. And then there's going to be one called like board, give cooked food to Ilya, Nassau quests. I think I'll just put a flag here called, what? There we go. Board caravan. Okay, that didn't. Oh, okay, that's fine. And then that's going to go here. And it's going to go up. So unlock water step, board caravan, meet Giovanni. Great. And here, what I guess what I want to happen is there's going to be some sort of I guess a cutscene or something that happens between here and here where we board the caravan. So I'm prepared to have that be its own scene. This door does need to go to here. So maybe what I'll do is say that the door sets that flag to true. But it really should be on the other side of this. So maybe instead there'd be like a flag here. I see. Yep. I got it. Dude, I don't know how else this is going to get done if not me doing it this way. Like, who can make these kinds of decisions but me? Okay. So, this is a cutscene plays where we board the caravan for the first time, sets flag to true after. And then this is going to set board caravan to true when you interact with it. Also, the collider for this is going to be a bit wider, just so that we can have that be like that. We watch the cutscene. Then we go all the way to the end. We meet. This needs a cutscene for Meet Giovanni. We can set that up. Great. So I should be able to just go click, leave, and then it'll be evening by the time we come out. Beautiful. And maybe we need like a fade out, fade in before we get there. Something like that. It's also time for us to fix a script that's been bugging me for a long time. So there's an issue where the game depends on there being a dictionary that describes when, well, the dictionary describes all the things in the game, all the quest flags, all the items, and that needs to be synchronized when I'm adding stuff to the game. Before I press play, that stuff needs to get resynced. So there's no like set dirty thing for this. So my options are sync it every time we add a quest flag, or sync it whenever we discuss, like whenever we press play, check to see if we have everything and then sync it. It takes a little bit of time, which is why I'm a little concerned. And right now, it finds everything in the project. So that's not great. Maybe we could narrow it down. But there's a lot of, I mean, it's hard here. So maybe we narrow it down to data. Public path. Public string asset path. The thing is, it's not even just that, because it's also assets.resources. That does contain some as well, I think. We don't need resources one. See you later. So, what is this? What is this? Serialized scene nodes. I see. Oh, because that's the Insignia graph. So that's important. We have sequences here, but they don't seem to have quest flags here. That's okay. Items, fonts. I don't know what doors is. Oh, those are the prototype doors. Okay, so maybe for the quest flags, we don't need to look for the whole scene, but I have a feeling that's actually not. Can I put like a search in folders. That might speed it up a little bit. It's not great. It's not like foolproof. I'm not sure why I am doing this, providing that constraint. Maybe for now, we just don't need to do that. Let's just not get too crazy with it. But what I do want to do is at least have, I guess something where I determine like, hey, I don't need to add anything. If I'm going to check really frequently, I can't. I suppose what we should do is check to see which things take the most time. So like int time or like float time. We want to debug the time this take. The time cost of this function. So start time equals real. I don't know about real time since startup. This is runtime, right? Is there a system dot? This stopwatch. This is like the actual time stamp of like epoch time. No. All right, well, let's try it. Is there not like a system like dot time that has like a now? What am I looking for here? Date time. That'll do. Okay. And then I actually want the time since search time. Right? Oh, but search time minus is start time. So like minus start time. Does that make sense? These are time stamps, right? So I should just take that from that. Yeah. That's duration. So I guess I do need both of them. I think so. Okay, let's try it. That can't be right. 0.004 seconds. Damn. It actually is that small. Okay. This takes like literally 0 time to search through the project. Is it this that takes a long time? Okay, this is like, the search takes like literally not even 1/100th of a second. So all of this takes essentially nothing. But then we definitely don't need to make it faster. The problem, I think, has more to do with the asset database reload afterwards. Which we can check. When we do this. Yo, thanks for the follow. Yeah, that takes 2 seconds. So what about if we take this and we move it so that we don't, I mean, we know this takes 0.08. So then if I do that, this is also going to take 2 seconds. 1.8 seconds. So 200 ms for this, and then seconds for this. And it's to save assets, I'm sure, that does the real heavy lifting here. So it's the 1.8 seconds. So actually, the thing that we need to do is just determine if we need to run this save assets. So if this returns a Boolean that says like, hey, we did something or we didn't do something, if we didn't do anything, then we can check this every time, and it's only going to take it 0.2 seconds, 0.02 seconds. It's going to take 2 milliseconds or like 8 milliseconds to just check this. And then if we actually did anything, we can do that. Okay. So what I want to do is like on save, for example, I want to run this every single time you save the game. We can add a couple of milliseconds there just to search the project and check to see if we added any quest flags since the last time we ran the game, or even just on play or something. Gonna check chat really quickly to see if anyone said anything valuable. Good morning. What's the quickest way to find this game when it's completed? Wish. Okay. Hey, thanks for the raid. Sorry I missed that. I've been locked in, but I am talking to myself. No, I literally did have it closed. I'm not too lazy. What am I making? Hey, I'm making my game Insignia, and at the moment I'm working on scenario stuff. So let me show you. There is a train sequence in the game where it's a whole town. So you like board the train, and then you're on the train, and then there's like a cutscene here, and you can talk to all the NPCs, and it's a whole town. And then you go through here and you meet the guy who runs the train, the conductor. And then I'm building the scenario out for this stuff. So like, I press this button to say that we've done the cutscene. And then when we leave, the time of day changes. So now it's like evening. And I'm basically just prepping all of the game's story this way, where it's just like a bunch of flags that I'm toggling as I run through the environments, because validating the story is hugely important for me budgeting the rest of the game. So just being able to walk through it and go, okay, we need a scene here, we need a scene here, enemies here, boss fight here, you know, how do we tally that up? You know, do we need everything that we have right now? That's what's important. So it's coming together really well. I'm just doing some additional tooling at the moment, like right now, just to allow me to make this happen faster. Speed is the priority right now. So I'm going to close chat. Thank you very much, everybody. You've been amazing. I will continue to, you know, annotating and describing what I'm doing in real time, but I won't be able to read what you're saying. So locking in. Okay. So let's have a look. We are going to, what I'm doing right now is I'm just evaluating how long it takes to check the whole project to see if we added any quest flags since the last time we were in the editor, so that it doesn't fall out of sync with the actual in-game expectation for how many things there are and what you can do in the game. As we add things to the project, the game needs to add them to a library so that when you run the game, it knows, oh, you can do this quest or you can do this. And that's all here, basically. This all quest flags is all the things that can happen in the game. There's 339 of them right now. There'll be like 1,000 by the time the game's finished. So what I want to happen is I'm going to ask Chat GPT to help me with this, because I think it's just more efficient. Actually, I think I know what this is. This is like, this hierarchy processor has this asset modification processor. Lets you hook into the saving of serialized assets and scenes, which are edited inside of Unity. So it's literally this. So I need one of these, a new class called this. Let's go hierarchy processor. Wherever I put this is the same place I put this thing. So it is in hierarchy utils editor. So I think I want data library editor, and then data library save processor. That's what I want. So this is an asset modification processor, which is from Unity editor. Okay, I don't need you anymore. And then this comes from on will save assets. And is this something we have to subscribe to? I'm imagining scene, is it scene management? Nope. Collections generic? No, we don't need that. What is this? Let's just grab everything and just see what happens. Nope. Okay, well, probably don't need drawing. What is this from? Asset modification processor. Why does that not exist? Oh, it doesn't return a value. Whoops. Okay. This method is called before assets are saved. I don't think we need to do this. Okay, return paths. Okay, so we need to be able to do that library editor, update all references statically. And in fact, what I might do is grab this whole thing, put it here. Well, ideally, I want it to happen here and not anywhere else. Now, and then this, we say bool now this is a class. So what I'd like to do is take a look at all of the, I guess, these assets, and then only set these dirty. Wait, why am I setting dirty and then calling update all references? Why would I need to do that? That doesn't make any sense. That's silly. I don't think we need to do that. It's very strange. Hang on a second. I don't think we need to set dirty the lists. I think we need to set dirty the entire asset. Oops. Now, the tough part here is that we're actually just totally rewriting here. We literally just clear that. I think we should be able to check to see if there's a length difference. It's not a perfect check because you could have deleted one and added one. But a length check will work most of the time. It will resynchronize, thankfully, if there's something wrong. The other thing we could do is just check if we could do. Can you do like a list comparison? Maybe there's a link thing we can do here. That's doing a length check. Let me ask. I'll ask it. Is there an efficient check that doesn't involve I need to know if I'm about to update. You don't need to do that. You can just look where I'm telling you to look and just tell me. Let's see. I'm really just seeing if like there's a system.link query that I can say are equal or something like that. They might not be equal because they might not be found in the same order, which is hard because then you have to do like, you can't just do a item by item index check. The length is probably the easiest thing to do. Because the hash could be different if the order's different. Something like that. So you make a new hash set of the GUIDs and you, oh, that's actually so smart. I love that. That's a great solution. Oh, that's so clever. I mean, it does involve duplicating them every time, but it's a 1 of 1 check. It's an O of 1 check. So actually, this just returns true. This will always return. We don't even need to do that anymore. It's just going to do it, right? It's either going to do it or it's not going to do it. So at the end, we update references, and then I still don't understand why we do that. Like all items, we're literally doing that right here. L.all items equals this. So why do I have to do this? It doesn't make any sense to me. So I'm going to take that away. And then here we say set dirty save assets. If the hashes are different. That's great. That's actually really clever. So that's it now. Done. I never have to run that manually again. Hopefully. And the way that we can test this is going to be... I guess it would be add a quest flag here and then just go and then save the game. So the next one would be disembark caravan, I guess. Okay. And then I just need to save it. It worked. Can I expect that now to be here? No, it didn't work. That's unfortunate. What about now? Still no good. Okay. I need to do just a log here. So close that, save that. Check the data library. Do we have quest flags? Does that include disembark? Well, we also need to check if it's going to do anything. So let's go. Yes, it is checking. Didn't find anything. Yo, Chronicle, thanks for the sub. So that means that I should expect to see disembark in this set already. How am I going to do that? I mean, it looks like it's not there. I can't see any D's. D's flags. You would think it'd be right at the bottom. Oh, there it is. Disembark. Okay. Wow. So it is in the list. It worked. It actually did exactly what it's supposed to. Okay. So then maybe I was just jumping to the wrong conclusion. When I do this and I press sync with the game and it goes... Setting flag board caravan to false. We didn't even get to disembark and it still failed. So what's happening here? Yo, thanks for the follow. I don't know what's happening. Cooked food. Unlock water step. What does this do? Get game data. Let's toggle that off for a sec. Start again. On the run, done. On the run, done. True. Water step. Board caravan didn't get set. So, can I just... That seems like it's already worked. So what's the problem then? Whoa, okay, didn't like that. Okay, well, why didn't you like that? Let's work our way up. On flag inspector. This is for the quests? Have we got disembark here? It should be set to false. There it is. I think I really need to start splitting these out into like chapter if I can. Because right now it's too, it's just a giant list. It's not very well sectioned. The challenge is just that there is no obvious way to catalog these except for asking if the scenes that they are referenced in, where they are set, are in the chapter based on the geography. But that's tough. So I'll come back to that another time. I could manually group them, maybe. But that's just like another point of failure where it could break later. So why does B make that go away? Why does that fail? Is it because this doesn't have... I mean, it's super bad. B, O, and it's like, whoa, 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 whoa. Object file not sent to instance of object when we are at this draw filtered quest. All quest flags where X is not null and its name to lower contains that to lower, its title contains... I mean, that seems pretty straightforward to me. Unless target library all quest flags is... Like, what is target in this case? Is a progress state. Library is what? A progress state has a data library. Is that right? That's weird. Serializable data library? That's weird. Who's assigning this? That doesn't seem right. Hang on a second. Where is library equals? Oh, I mean, it's great that we would have a live reference to this thing. It's weird that it's there. I feel like the engine needs a reference to it in memory, where we're not having to search it every time. But if I go to Insignia data, this is a static library. And here it gets assigned the first time we look for it. So actually, this is a singleton that's going to be great. That's going to work for us just fine, which means we can do insignia data dot library, and that's just fine. We don't need this anymore. That's amazing. Very smart. So this just goes insignia data dot library, and they'll all point to the same thing all the time. Now, do what I want you to do. Nope. Okay. Okay. Why is this wrong? Filtered flags equals all quest flags. I mean, is this null? That can't be wrong. Plenty. 341. I mean, are there any null flags? And if there are, maybe it's just that the search criteria is empty, that there isn't anything to find. It's like maybe my target dot search, but that's fine. I mean, that's X is... I don't understand. Are there any null ones in there? Maybe? Maybe there are quest flags. Are there any null missing references here or something? No. And there are none with like an empty name, so I'm not sure what's going on. And if I go to my test progress and start typing gibberish, oh, it actually is. It does happen. Anytime I write something that doesn't exist, where the filter can't be found, it fails. But I can't see why that would be a problem. Unless like .name is a thing that can be null, or .title is a thing that can be null. But it can't be because they're strings, right? So if they're not going to be null, it is going to be empty. And is contains bad for an empty string? I mean, why would that be a problem? Let's ask it. Am I missing something? Are strings classes in C#? I don't think so. They can? Wait a second. Operator precedence? Wait, what? Oh, shoot. Oh, wow. That's silly. Oh, I didn't even notice that. That's just dumb. That's just my B. It's like that. Jesus. I'm just a... Nope. Okay, also bad. Maybe I need to do a compile. Oh my gosh. I bet you somebody in chat caught that. It would have saved me time to be looking at chat. Did anyone say it? Let's have a look. Okay, nobody said it. It wouldn't have saved me time. So, now let's have a look. Great. Okay. So. Blah, blah, blah. Works. Good. Okay. Well, then that actually means that we never actually really had a problem with our save system. It totally works now. It doesn't need to be... We don't need to click the save library thing anymore. Yay! Okay, adds... save pre-processor to add to... update data library on save rather than manual saving in editor. Yay. That's huge for me. Dude, that's like 7 years of me having to press that button. Now gone. And I'm adding a lot of quest flags these days, so it's really important that I can do that. Great. Okay, next. Let's keep going. So, on the run, board caravan, meet Giovanni, disembark caravan. That's going to put us here. And this is one of those things where I actually don't know how important this is to do, to get right, because if I save that game moment, I mean, yes, saving everything is just valuable, just because I know what you've done and what you haven't done. Dude, Mina the Hollower saves everything you've done. It's like how many of the NPCs you've given money to, which NPCs you've talked to, every NPC, even if it doesn't mean anything. There's a woman who's like digging a grave. If you talk to her, the game's like, you took her job later. So I guess in a way, I don't know if it's saving everything and then they made a cutscene that checks those things, or if they made the cutscene and then went back and added the save flags. Probably the latter, but you know, whatever. Like I'm just adding them as good practice, but it's also good for just the play progress. If I want to check accurately how far in the game you are, it's just more accurate if I have more of them. So that's probably okay. All right, I'm moving forward. So, good. Good. For now, this does need to be traversable. I won't have a sword. Huh. Well, I will right now, so it's fine. We will get there. Sweet. Okay. So, annotations. Let's keep going. So if we go all the way back here, where we've done none of this, we have this scene, then we have this scene. Has this already got everything in it? What is this? Another problem. That worked. I don't know why that worked. Okay.
It has been far too long, friend.
That shouldn't be this yet. How'd that happen? I think I had the everything unlocked, maybe set to true. Let's try that again. Good. Don't know why that didn't save, but anyway. Great. I mean, that's all working just fine. That's what I would want. Okay, stowaway. This scene, I'm considering changing considerably. I'm considering changing a lot. But I can annotate it at least. Let's just leave it as a big empty gap, and then we can add it or remove it based on how things go. That's the whole point of this process, is for me to be able to say, Armin follows the Hunden who have sword. Now, that's something where I think it would be good to make a note of this beat. That's an important detail. Cool. All right. So then we have the stowaway section. And then I think we need a way to have Armin get it back. In my mind, this is the Return of the King scene when the two goblins are fighting over, the two orcs are fighting over the mithril shirt. That shiny shirt's mine. And one of them kills the other. It's the idea of like Armin kind of like picking up the pieces and then running away. I don't know what this scene looks like. But I know that it takes place at night. So let's get that in there. It doesn't look like night. Looks more like night, but not really. Now it looks more like night. Okay. We need a scene outside the city. Which looks something like this. Good. Sweet. All right, let's look at chat for a bit longer. Welcome, chat. I can see you now. Am I multi-streaming? I am. I'm streaming to Twitch and on YouTube. Hey, Saravati. Hey, Big Tony. I have played Mina. How's everyone going? I think I'm getting really close to having a really good workflow for this. Like, this is the first time I've been able to really just put story in the game without having to manually type things and find myself creating animations and all this nonsense. Whereas this is very focused. It's just like bing, bing, bing. Like the fact that I'm mentally walking through the end of chapter 3 right now, it feels really good. Okay, closing chat. Bye. So, what's next? What happens in this main street? Mostly a central zone for the dungeon. Maybe we have branching paths depending on whether you've unlocked the ensign, the crystal. I think I need word wrap on these. All right. I'm going to take a break and we'll keep working when I come back. See you in a bit. What's up? We had a question from chat. When you were getting funding, did you use the footage of this streaming to not only show them you have an audience, but also that you're dedicated to get the game finished? I definitely mentioned that I have the audience, and I definitely expressed the YouTuber numbers, the Twitch streaming following. Accountability was a big point of it. Yeah, certainly. Saying that I'm accountable and a representative of, like an ambassador for game development online is... I think it was super valuable, yeah, for sure. Okay, we're going back into, pardon me, focus mode. Let's go. So, keep on moving. Ooh, I'd like for this to also work on the save preprocessor too. Teach me, computer oracle. I know the answer to this question. Yep. So the idea would be something like this. I take this left edge, I go like this, I press save. Nice. Worked. Oh. I hope that doesn't re-trigger a bunch of times. Sweet. Now it works. Amazing. Yo, thanks for the follow. Node Buddy. Okay, let's add that as well. And does this plus equals? Every time we register, is there like an, does this need like an on destroy? For this specific pattern, I'm checking whether static editor event subscriptions require cleanup and under what Unity lifecycle condition duplicates can happen. No. The hook is in a static editor context, not a mono behavior instance. You already guard duplicate subscriptions with plus equals. Okay, sure, man. Whatever. I trust you. Oh. There's a thing here. Hang on, stop talking. Is it, what is it? Control Shift V. Control Shift V. So write some text. Huh. So actually what we could do is be like, this gets added every time we save. It's kind of fun. All right. So we were just about to add on save. Good, good, good. All right. What's next? So we've made it here. I don't have this stuff. I don't have here. So maybe I'll just, in the main street scene, start writing down some needs. This is what's missing. Like, for this to be a good system, that, like, maybe not a project management system per se, but like just worthy of me working on the game, there needs to be some kind of thing where I can, what's the word? Something where I can say, okay, like, these are the things that I need to do here. Like a to-do inside of the space. And if I could track the to-dos, that would be sick. Even if they're just like, I don't know, decisions or something. It's just about, the challenge is about scope of those decisions. Where do they live? Where does that scope exist? I would probably want there to be some sort of like global singleton that has them referenced by GUID. We've talked about this in the past. If I was to do that, how does that differ from like this? Maybe it doesn't. Maybe all of these things should probably live somewhere in the game near where they are. I think it does work. I mean, having a to-do here is valuable. And being able to do burn down per scene is actually really cool too. It's tough. I would want to use like a tagging system so that I could say that this belongs to chapter 2 and this scene and cutscenes. That makes sense to me. And I'd love to be able to do sort of like, what's the distinction here? There's a difference between like status stuff and what am I trying to say? Like where a scene is at, how far along it is versus how many, what are the current blockers? I think that's actually a really important one, is like the dependency chain is more important to me than the status. And those two things are very similar to each other. They overlap, they align. It's just there's a question of what's left. Well, no, the real question is, what do you need? And I can't answer that question until I know what's left. And I can't answer that question until I know what's there. Or at least what's total. So this kind of splits into two things, right? It's like burn down, audit, and it's also dependencies. And the dependencies comes first. And I think the reason why I've been struggling so much is that this dependencies, I mean, this is the gray box, right? This is the same thing as that. And I need this to be able to start to accumulate. The point is that this creates that, I suppose. So the important thing here is that I can say, I can look at, I'm there, I got it. The important thing is that when I do this gray box, the gray box becomes a promise of things that need to be created. And being able to audit the promise is the thing that's important here. Like I had a scene a bit earlier where I was like, I said in an annotation, oh, it's possible this could be a longer section of gameplay if we find something cool to do here. That's a promise, but I don't know how to measure that promise from here. So I want to be able to do that. Like every time I say cutscene goes here, where an annotation is, that's a promise that I'm going to make a cutscene. So I think that's important. I think that's like a valuable thing for the annotations to be able to speak for themselves about what it is they are. And for them to live in the scenes where they belong, where they are. So like here, there's an annotation. And this annotation is like mini boss fight with Hunden plus Chev Guard. So like this moment necessitates a gameplay that I haven't got in the game right now. So I need to be able to say, this is a mini boss moment. That feels very reasonable to me, I think. And if I could start resourcing these things, saying like, this would require a programmer, this would require an artist. That's super valuable if I can do that. Like this gray box here. If it's like, I need a terrain, I need dirt or something. I probably don't in this case. Just turn that off, it probably still works. Not quite. More like that, I think. here. I just don't know, chat, what do you think? Do you think it's reasonable to do it this way? Imagine being locked in, missing on some Bryce tiles. Fun. It's pretty great. Brother lives in some of the uncles that work for us company. Honorary get. Okay. What has this got to do with Australia? Maybe I missed some. Maybe my chat didn't pick up on some of the chat. But that's okay. Yeah. I mean, let's just. I don't even need you guys chat. I'm just gonna keep talking. Is there a better way to do this? I mean, probably. But the one source of truth thing is really important. It's just about there are sometimes in project management you want to be able to maintain options where you say, well, maybe we could do this if we get this done. And so in scope versus out of scope, there's a I mean, you want to make that as black and white as possible, but there is always a bit of gray depending on how things go. Also, there's kind of like a trick when we do this, and this is the hard part. Even if I go through and annotate everything right now, if I go to that exercise and I itemize all of the things that need to get done, that doesn't mean I know all of it. It's not accurate per se. It's more accurate than me just guessing, certainly. And maybe that's just it. Maybe it has to be that way. I think I have to do it that way anyway. I think it's time. It's time to just do it like this. So first, let's finish it this way, the dumb way. And then we'll add the annotation layer for Greybox Pass version 2. But I want to just get to the credits ASAP this way. So let's do that. We'll talk about it after. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. I guess here you'd also need a door. Cool. This is an annotation for... Maybe we should have it. And then we need a mid-boss room here, so let's make a new one. This is a level template scene. Okay. What? Okay. Why are you no work? There we go. This is from It's Game Chops, and it is Overworld by Helent in Mario and Chill. Okay. I just saw out of the corner of my eye, I'm not looking at chat, but I do have the YouTube chat open behind one of my windows. His portrait looks amazing. All right. Why doesn't that work? It's in the build. Okay, that works. Sweet. I don't understand how to make this work. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Save. God damn it. All right. That's not right. Uh-oh. What is going wrong here? Is this the same issue as before? No. I don't understand. Why? Draw filtered quests. All quest flags. Where? Surely... this doesn't have, like, a gap in it. Let's have a look again. It's right there, defeat Baruch. So if I go over to test progress, why is that? Why is typing DE fatal? What did I do that doesn't work? All of those songs are from GameChops.com, who also has a YouTube channel, yep. X, my target library, all quest flags where X is not null, and its name, blah, blah, blah. Okay, let's clear this out and ask. I'm still somehow getting a null pointer exception here. Null reference exception. Null reference exception here. Why could that be? I just don't understand. If I'm doing a null check and the null wraps everything else, what could be null? That doesn't make much sense to me. I don't see why that. I don't get it, but whatever. To me, that doesn't make much sense, but it somehow works. So I'm just going to let it be. That confuses the hell out of me. And this is still off. So let's start with it off. Let's start with it on, sorry. And then check to see why this toggle renders the way that it does. Not that. Condition, flag, setter, condition, behavior, annotation, UI. That's what I want. So, red or green on update, check to see if it evaluates. If it's red, do that. If it's green, do that. That makes, I mean, that's very straightforward. Condition.condition.evaluate. The condition is always, but that's the condition. Oh, it's if you've interacted with this, but it shouldn't just be that, should it? Oh, that's no good. It should be something like or flag, and it's that flag. Ah, that's annoying. That's really annoying. What do I do with that? I could just say or has the flag is set to true. How do I do that? That's the whole point of this thing. This sets the flag to true if you have that. I could add a condition, or I could just say contains flag. Let's try that. A little ugly, but it'll work, I think. means I don't have to set up anything else. So that's already true. Sweet. And if I do this and then say test and then say sync with game, that should turn red. We have not defeated him. So then why is that not true? Condition.condition evaluates to true. We interacted with the condition? It looks like it's false to me. Why is it red if it's false? If it's true. Condition.condition. I think it might have been evaluated to true. Let's check it. I do this. I do that. I do that. Yeah, okay. Then actually, we don't even need to check. If we go back to this, it really is just the flag. That's more important than anything there. So now we say, yes, we've done it. Ching. No, we haven't. Da-dong. Ding. Perfect. And this really should be more just like an interactable. It should just be like that the interactable toggles the flag to true, which it kind of does. But like that should probably just go on the listener. This condition, this should be like an operable. Quest operator. Let's leave it for now. I don't want to go crazy. So okay. All right. What else can I do? I don't think there is anything else to do. Except check to see if this works here the same way. It's great. Okay. Push. Go, 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 go. Lots of progress today, chat. We're back for a sec. How you doing? How does it feel for us to be about to work on chapter 4? 3 was great. 1 took us 4 years more. 2 is still a work in progress. It's 3 years down. Chapter 3 took us, it took me 4 days. No, obviously there's a lot more to do. But it's great how quickly it's filled out. What does that... What... Robin, what does that mean when you do that? Am I supposed to understand why you've written that? Should I be offended? Yeah. So I think this is fleshed out quite quickly. It's certainly a lot. Random gift sub. Using it as much as you can. Okay. Hey, Player 61. It's going well. How are you? Okay, well, if you could be respectful, that would be preferable. Like, don't use the chat just as your personal, you know, emote paste bin. Okie dokie. So, chapter 3. I think we're doing well here. As far as like looking at the content, I feel like we're doing pretty well. I feel like the budget is looking good. We've got like a little bit of gameplay here, a little bit of gameplay here, maybe like 10, 15 minutes, and then quickly go to the town. That's going to be like 25. Then we have what could potentially be another 10, 15, and then another 20. So, oh, thanks. So, let's count that up again. Like 10, 15, half an hour, close to an hour, hour 15, almost 2 hours. I think that's pretty... If that's chapter 3, like 2 hours of content, I think that's pretty good. If we look from the beginning, this is like 2.5. This will be like probably also 2.5, maybe even 3. So now we're at 5.5. This is 2. Now we're at 7 and a half. And then this will be like, I don't think this will be 2. I don't think we'll get that far. So maybe it won't be 15, because then the next, like the rest of the gameplay is up to you, really. I mean, you can spend an hour doing this last section. That's 9 or 8.5. And then like maybe there's 3+ hours of content here. It's on the mandatory. I mean, it might not even be mandatory path. It might just be like you're running around places you've already been before. If we crack 12, it might be generous at that point. But then, of course, there's the who knows how long. Someone could spend 45 minutes here if I let them. I think if I have like, once I think about the mini games and the rest of it, I think it will start stacking up. I always thought chapter 1 was going to be 45 minutes. That's now 2.5 hours. So anyway, that's not really relevant to anything. I'm just taking a moment to think about stuff. Okay. Also, this dungeon, like, this could be 20 minutes, could be 40, you know. Okay. So, what's next? I mean, we just keep going, I guess. We just keep annotating everything. All right. I wish I could multi-edit these. But for now, let's do beach. Seaside? That's not what I'm thinking of. Do I really not have the beach scene in the project? That's crazy. I thought for sure. Well, it's not really appropriate, is it? That's too small. Okay. There should just be one set, but there might be some accessibility things, sort of like Mina the Hollower. I'm thinking I might have it. Actually, the closer example would be like what, Final Fantasy 15, 16? Where they do like gear that you can wear that makes the game particularly easier off the start, but also like disables achievements. Something like that. Like maybe there's just a you can't take damage ring or something. I'm not really thinking about the game in terms of like you can tune all of the balances, you know, you can halve all enemy HP or like do double. That's not really what I want to do. Or like, I don't think I want to do like a you pick easy mode and the game's just easier. It's too hard to balance it, I think. And also a lot of the challenge is like platforming stuff, which is like, what can I do? Just like make your jump go further? Like it doesn't work that way. Life Savior says, just a performance observation on the filter quest logic. If you put your search term to lower in a variable above the loop, you avoid having to do the to lower operation multiple times. That is an interesting suggestion. Not that it's a massive, not that it's creating any constraints here, but where am I doing my to lower? I don't think I am doing a to lower. This doesn't have one. Oh, this ignore or ordinal ignore case. It's an index of, I guess you're saying do it to lower, but this is it's a link query. So the link query can't cast it to lower out here, I don't think, because this is technically one line of code. So we would be doing it, and this is operating on a whole set. So I'm not sure. Also, it's not a big deal. This is like editor time performance, so it's not really got anything to do with the game. I think that's what you were referencing. Like this might save me some clock cycles, but it won't affect the player. So, not exactly sure what a dungeon is in the context of Insignia. I mean, a dungeon is a section of gameplay where you can't leave that involves a big puzzle and a boss fight at the end. That's a dungeon. As per JRPGs or action adventure games. It doesn't mean, literally speaking, a dungeon. It's just a form of gameplay. Typically at the end of a chapter. I think you know what it means. I think you knew that already. Okay. So, what's next? We are trying to do what? We have chapter 3. We're moving into chapter 4. I guess we should start annotating this part. Not at the moment. Sorry, player. We're trying to lock in. It was becoming a little distracting. But the points still will matter. All right. See you, chat. So, let's have a look. What are we doing here? I guess we need a chapter 4 intro. Title, kind of like this one. Alrighty. So, I think I need to do a little bit more. I guess it doesn't really matter here at this point. But the story itself, we should just look at the text doc and look at chapter 4 and see what we can see. Okay. Yeah, this is not correct anymore. I need to change this. First of all, this guy's name got changed. And second of all, I think we need to just break it down beat by beat. So let's just do it in point form. Armin. Sorry, I just got to check my phone for a sec. Getting messages. No way. Sorry. Something very drastic just happened. That's got nothing to do with me, but I need to tell my wife about it. It's local news. Be right back. Okay. Hey, chat. How you doing? No, really bad. Really, really terrible thing I just heard about. I just heard the news that somebody that I like grew up around, like someone in the community, just committed an extremely serious crime. Will probably go to jail for life. Also very sad, like horrifying. And I don't live in a violent place. It's just like rippling through the community right now. Like someone I went to school with, basically, just did something unspeakable. Yeah, as far as I don't know if like this is happening like now, so I don't think there's like a confirmation on the status of what's like this. It happened this week, but I think like I don't know if there's like an official charge yet. Really terrible. Like I know this person. I went to school with this person. And I know the victim too. Not like, maybe I would say hi to them if I saw them on the street or something, or in the shopping center, if I happened to cross paths, or at least a nod, that level of familiarity. Not like close with my family or anything, but like, imagine someone you went to school with 15 years ago, and their family. And this is like a crime within the family. Yeah, it's really terrible. So I'm getting a lot of texts right now of like, do you know this person? Did you go to school with this person? Do you have a picture of this person? Anyway, that's not really affecting us. We should get on with our lives. We've got a world to build. Okay. So let's keep going. Is that the word? Yes. When do I do art critiques? Doing them at the moment, but you can message me on Discord if I have a minute or two. I'm trying to focus at the moment. In which case, actually, let's ding ding. Gotta do this chat, sorry. I love having you around. I really don't want to go into focus mode, but I really need to as well. And this actually, I would really like to do this as a list of beats, which I guess there's no easy way to do it other than go to main component, and then it's this thing as this. So it's like I want to do this And then I want to go like this, take the two, do that, and do this. The hell just happened? My Steam just did something. What? Okay. Nope. Okay. What is happening right now? Oh, what the hell? My This is considered a link. This gameplay is a link to a game that a friend of mine is working on Steam. That's not what I was trying to do. I'm like, what? That was very confusing for a second there. Okay. Yeah, even this I feel like is it's too much. What's the word? Overhead. I think I literally just want these as like a set of bullet points. Maybe what I can do is take this whole row and just hide it. That's better. Okay. And then do that. And now I've got it. That's what I want. Okay, and I can always unhide all the rest of it later. Okay, so what's next? Chat, there's some spoilers coming up. So, just in case you're anti-spoiler, don't read any of the text. I got to do this text, but we're in spoiler territory. I'll let you know when we're done. Wait a sec. Yep. Okay. Mm-hmm. Yeah, okay. Maybe I won't fully spoil. Mm. Okay, this is fine, but it needs a wrinkle. It needs something in it that makes it a bit more... Okay. Whoop. Ooh, we also need an ability in chapter 3. I mean, chapter 4 for the sapphire. What am I going to do about that? I haven't even thought about that. Whoops. Okay, maybe this, they have to go to a grotto to find it. So it's like sapphire quest. That's very Harry Potter, isn't it? Oh no, water temple. That's better. That's much better. That's sick. Dude, this stuff writes itself. Hey, Jog Andy, this is Figma. I don't know if you're still watching. Okay, that's quite reasonable. Dude, I feel kind of sick thinking about that thing I was talking about earlier. I can't believe that happened. It's like people are going to be talking about this for a long time, I think, in my community. This is not nothing. It's really sad. Okay. I cannot believe it. All right, that's tons of content, man. All right, looking at chat. Yeah. I mean, my mental's okay. I'm okay. But it's pretty... Dude, I've had like... I don't know if it's just like being a man and turning, you know, being in your 30s. But like, the year group that I went to school with, there are some dark stories. Like, while I was in high school, there was a kid who murdered his parents. One of my very close friends from primary school is no longer with us because of terrible mental health issues and a terrible accident. One of my best friends from high school lost his life tragically. And now this guy who I went to school and both primary and secondary school with, committing you know, we think what I'm learning is like killed his mom. What is it with these guys? I didn't like, we had a pretty good upbringing. Life wasn't too bad. I promise I'm not from like a horrible, horrible, horrible place. I promise like the world that I'm from is okay. I don't know why it's so dark. Okay. All right, so that's chapter 4. I think I can just straight up approve this. I think this is just like easy to do. So let's just do it. Oh. Okay. Dude, something about like, I don't know what it is, but I find myself sometimes being able to type so competently, and sometimes I can't. I type like an idiot. I don't know what it is that makes that happen. Every morning I wake up and I'm like, I go to monkey type and I try to type well, and I can't type for crap. And then like eventually later in the day, I'm just typing and I'm all warmed up and it's great. All right. I want to sit in a different fashion. You would think that after like how many years that it would really is dependent on like the time of day. Oh, I guess I did explain it, didn't I? All right, chat. We're going quiet. I got to do all this work. I really don't have a background for this zone, but I'd love to put one in. We'll get there. So let's put in some annotations. This is where things get a little bit hairy in the annotation system because I don't have an easy way of setting these up chronologically. And meet the Osterwick blacksmith. Like the problem is a lot of this stuff takes place. Anything that takes place chronologically distant but in the same location is hard to prototype because it means you as the player have to walk around and do stuff. But that's okay. We'll figure it out. We know what we're doing. We just finished prototyping chapter 3 in the most rough grey box annotation way. For those of you who haven't seen it, I've been doing some cool background art in the last couple of days. Well, since yesterday, really. There's a really cool shot I'm going to put in the game where we do this. And then we do something like this. Turn that off. Turn that off. And then do this and do this. Isn't that cool? Isn't that a cool shot? Nice panning cutscene. That's where Arnstead is, right there. You've gone so far at that point. Anyway, so we did some chapter 3 prototyping. And now we're on chapter 4. And I've just added a bunch of scope to the game, as you do, because why not? Not added scope, defined scope. That's a better way to put it. I defined a bunch of scope for the game. So, I mean, these are really just gameplay areas. I'm not even sure how this chapter starts. I think Armin's just alone again. And then we need a way to get back to Nazo. I wanted one more scene here, didn't I? I did. Yo, thanks for the follow, I guess. I'm imagining it's a follow. Okay. Hello.
Hey,
How you doing?
hungry.
Hungry? What do you want to do?
I don't know. We have no plans.
We don't have any plans. Do you want to go? I guess you don't want to go out?
It's pretty nuts.
Huh?
It's been pretty nuts. But yeah.
We have probably been out too much. Okay. What do we do?
I have no idea.
No ideas.
Drive.
No drive. Do we just do noodles? Like, is it that kind of night?
I could have it.
All right. Well, I bought eggs, so. Oh, I had eggs today already. Maybe I'll just have them plain.
There's like 3 nuggets.
3 nuggets. Chat. This is how I live.
2-minute ramen and 3 nuggets.
And 3 nuggets.
Yep.
I mean, there's not really much else we could do, is there? That's kind of it. All right. Well, do we want to go like pick something up from the shop to make it healthier? Do you want to do that?
Yeah, I can go to the shops. Like, I was gonna
Get some
stuff
green.
for the movie.
Okay. There was something. Oh, sailing. That's all right. I'll get them separately.
Okay.
Don't worry. If you want to get like greens, we have peas, but they're not good. They're in the fridge, like
Okay.
snow peas. Are they?
I don't know about that.
That's what yeah. Well, maybe we could do the budejjigae situation, not with like meat, but with greens. Just like get a couple of different bits and things for the noodles. For the noodles. You know what I mean? I don't know.
Yeah.
We've got to have something healthy if we're going to the movies later. No? Yeah. I'll pay you if you buy stuff.
You pay me?
Yeah, I'll pay you. All right. Okay. Good. Okay. That's what this should look like. And actually, I kind of do want this to be the other way around. I think I want the pub to be before Hana's shop. Maybe we do a couple levels here of coastline or something. We could do like a hole in the wall situation where it goes like... I've never done this before in this game. That'd be great. Let's do it. Where it's kind of like... Here's the normal thing. Here's the ship moored in the thing, in the bay. This is where like the pub is and other places there. And then we'd have like a staircase that goes back down this way that goes down to like something here, and there's like other things, and then maybe like even one more to here, and then there's like another thing. So like the blacksmith shop could be like layers down, and it doesn't have to be cut into the wall, but we could have like, yeah, these like kind of crenellations. And then here we could have another. I guess it doesn't really work if that's the ocean, but maybe we could make it work in the sense that we could do like this. This is the beach. That could be fun. This is supposed to be very like Serbia, Croatia, Slovenia. This place. You know, the Dubrovnik, whatever. Very like King's Landing-y kind of architecture. like a port town, really. I like this quite a lot. I love this, dude. I don't know why. I love it so much. This Guilty Gear shot. America's Got Talent. What's all this? I wonder what conversations we were having, chat, when I drew all that. I don't know what all this was about, but it's certainly not concepting for this chapter. How many pixels are we talking here? Oh, only 17,000 pixels. Okay. The squeaky deck. Maybe it's time to do a little bit of... Can anyone explain to me what bro is doing? Okay, hey, I can see your chat. I can explain. Bro, right now, is... Bro is looking at... I can't see Twitch chat, but I can see YouTube chat. Let me bring Twitch chat up as well. Sorry, pals. Guilty Gear mentioned. Is the app using Leonardo? This is Leonardo. You can find it by just typing Leonardo drawing app, Windows. And then I don't really know what anyone else was talking about, so let's ignore that. And then what I'm doing right now is I'm working on level designs, well, environment designs for my game, for Insignia. I'm looking at the 5th chapter right now of the game. We've just been working on the 4th chapter, and it's getting along. It's coming along. I just designed a bunch of story beats that I need to do environment concepts for, so I'm going to do them now. I might just do some really quick sketches, like literally right in that file I was just in. Let's take this, cut it. this down here, and then I want to do. I've got this kind of idea where we're looking at. What color can we use for this? Hey, thanks for the follow. Hey.
Which vegetable?
Something that goes good with like soup noodles.
Cabbage.
So cabbage is good if we don't have that already.
I
Um,
think so.
okay, cabbage is good. Maybe even like,
I can put carrots in it.
yeah, carrot's good. We might need new ones. I'm not sure. What else? Those are good. Just that.
That's enough.
Yeah. Eggs, we've kind of already we've eaten eggs today, so we can't do that. Can't double up on the eggs. That doesn't work out very well. That's kind of nice. Yeah, it's concept art. I'm just mucking around. I really should just be doing this. I mean, I wasn't far off. Wow, that's really pretty. What the hell? What the heck? That's real? Oh, I totally had that right then. I was doing great. Hey, ZZY. Pretty good, hey chat? Pretty good. Whenever my dad used to do something that he thought was impressive, he'd always say, pretty good for an out-of-work electrician, huh? He doesn't do electrical work anymore, but he used to. Like, he was an apprentice electrician, and then he went on and did other things. So I could say something like, pretty good for an out-of-work UX designer, huh? This is for chapter 4. Thank you. I feel like my understanding of color sucks, but somehow I work at it and it kind of ends up okay. I never feel confident with color. I feel like I'm always just guessing. But I think I have a hunch that like the real answer is color can just be whatever you want. It's more about the proportion than the actual colors that you picked. It's a bit weird that way. Confidence in design is such a bizarre thing. It really does not make a lot of sense a lot of the time. You just have to like do something and look like you mean it. It looks good. I don't know. Or maybe it's so, what's the word? Maybe it's one of those things that just happens to be so, it's such a sense skill. Like one that you just learn over time through experience rather than being able to explain, that you just can't really ever explain in words how you know that something works or will work. You're just constantly in this position of like, well, it works for me because I do it this way. And then you just have to accept that that's just the way it is. Like you can't teach anybody in a day what you've learned over 10 years or whatever. Like I know that that's true, but also it feels like that's wrong. It feels like a cop-out to say that. I feel like it's like that with music theory too. I feel like people who are confident with music theory, it's like they're confident with their understanding of music theory, but that what they understand is not a thing that's a prerequisite for anyone to do music. And there'd be like 100 different ways of learning music that get you somewhere practical and where you can continue to learn and be professional, without having the same understanding as somebody else. So it's more just about being confident that you can move forward than it is about knowing it in an exhaustive way. I think a lot of people actually, so many people ask me about things in that regard with pixel art. They're like, what do I have to do? What do I have to learn? By color, I really mean like picking them and knowing how to navigate it. I mean, so much of this is an art. I mean, it's literally an art form, but it's like a dance that you play with the canvas. And it's just like a navigation exercise. It's like, well, I'm just going to blot down a bunch of stuff, and I hope that by doing that, I'm going to get where I need to go. That's the kind of like gamble that you play with this kind of thing. You go, well, I'm just going to do this thing, and it's usually method based. And at a certain point, I'm going to look up and I'm going to see something that either is what I wanted or isn't what I wanted, or like, it's almost like, I don't know. When I drew this, I had an idea in mind, right? I didn't get what I was thinking, but I got something close enough that it influenced what I wanted to do. You know what I mean? It's like, well, you're watching me go from A to B and it looks confident, but I watched myself target C, miss, end up at B and go, oh, that looks pretty good. And then you learn something in the process. And so there's this like quiet exercise that you're doing when you're practicing as a practitioner, that where you're still learning, but because you are good enough to do it in a way that other people are prepared to call you a professional, it looks like you always knew it. Like, as far as you know, I've always been able to draw this, but I just learned how to draw this just now. I'm just now watching myself learn how to do it. And there are things that I'm probably getting wrong and things that I'm getting right, but it looks good. So it's like the delta between embarrassing yourself and knowing exactly what you're doing is always going to be less of an issue for me at this point, because I sort of know how to make an image look good even if I don't know what I'm doing, in a way that as a beginner everything looks bad. Like, something looking good is a massive fluke at the beginning. And I feel that way about music still. Like, everything I do that sounds good, it's like, wow, I got so lucky. And I'm sure people who are professional musicians get that feeling of like, well, everything I do, I know how to make it sound good within my wheelhouse. And every time I'm, exploring music, I make the wheelhouse a little bit bigger. And some of this stuff, it's like, it's maybe an approximation of something that's real. Maybe I'm picking up on something. Like, even right now, I know what I'm doing here when it comes to this line here and this line here. I'm sort of trying to create the impression of there being like a reflection of this thing. Like, I'm tracing it back this way, and then I'm bringing this blue in to make it feel like you're watching this pillar reflected in the water, obscuring the light coming from back there, right? If the sun is back here, this is all going to be dark because this is in the way. But like, I don't know, like, that's not a science. That's just me going, well, I know that'll look good if I do that. And there's like an estimation process happening there. Like, I'm guessing. It's an informed guess, right? It's just like a series of informed guesses that I kind of know how to make pay off consistently. I guess that's what search is, right? Search is a series of informed guesses. There's also this like experience of being able to backtrack to something safe. When you're doing that, like, how do I not get lost when I'm guessing? You know, even there's something here about I do this thing with perspective. Like, I know the horizon is going to be right here, so I know that these lines have to get tighter as we go off into the distance. Right? Probably don't have to go that detailed, but they do have to get tighter. And then these ones are going to be much more lazy and large and further apart because it looks like it's flattening towards the horizon from our perspective. So like things like that, if you're a total beginner, you might not pick up on that. You might just not realize how perspective works in that way or whatever. But it's also like, I'm not doing it that intentionally. I'm sort of just on autopilot a lot of the time with this kind of stuff. There's so much autopilot. So I think the like knowing, when you say there's like a difference between knowing and explaining, it's like, yeah, but there's also a difference between knowing and knowing too. Like knowing with intent versus knowing from like a just a high, like again, like a sense memory kind of thing. It's like I know because I can figure my way where I need to go, rather than I know because I've literally studied this before or whatever. It's like just pattern recognition. More than it is anything else. Like, let's be real. I have spent, yeah, it's intuition, exactly. I have spent almost proportionately like 0 time doing concept art for Insignia compared to doing pixel art for Insignia. I've spent maybe 20 hours max in like 8 or 9 years painting this way. I've barely done it, but this is so much better than what I was doing 8 years ago. I've done a ton of pixel art, but like, how does that translate? Like, it does, obviously, somehow, but it's not in the way that where like you would say it's equivalent to like reading textbooks. It's not like explicit knowledge. It's all super implicit. It's weird. And you know, as a person who's doing the work, you know, it really just feels like I'm watching it. I'm watching, as much as you are, I'm watching Adam C. Eunice learn how to make games and do pixel art in the last 10 years. I'm just like watching the guy do the work. I just sit here and watch it happen. Slowly, year on year, he just gets a bit better and a bit closer at what he's trying to do. And eventually, I just believe that he'll get there if I just watch him long enough. I just give him tasks, and you know, the AI agent in my brain is just slowly improving. And I'm like, great, keep going. The training data is compiling, you know? I guess it is kind of just what they call like time in the saddle, you know? It's just like, well, you do it long enough, you just get good at whatever you're doing. looks great, man. Good stuff. Like, I can't get over the painting that I drew for this museum pitch that I did a few months ago. Dude, that came out so good. And I had no idea what I was doing. No, I mean, like, I trusted myself to know, but I wasn't really thinking that hard about it. This is Leonardo. Yeah, let me show you this thing. Was it this one? I don't know if I can show you everything. Not archaeology. It was... this one? No. This one? Let me see if I can find it. One sec. Not that. Did I not do it on this computer? So weird. I can't seem to find it. Oh, that's a shame. I can find it. Hang on. Oops. One sec. Let me see. I can get this. Okay. It will be NVIDIA Spark doesn't crazy numbers. I don't know what that means. Sorry. Where are the versions that I did? NVIDIA Spark does crazy numbers. I don't know what NVIDIA Spark is. What is it? Man, tell me I didn't delete these things. NVIDIA's new consumer grade GPUs, CPUs. Oh, this is the, I think I know what you're talking about. How do you know that it was, how is it, when you say does crazy numbers, what does that even mean? They're not even out yet, right? Sorry, I have these files and I can't show you all of what I'm working on. So it's sort of like, some of this is a bit NDA. And it's all moved around a bit. So I can't show you exactly. Dude, I did all these artworks. I guess they must be on my laptop as local files. Well, anyway, I can show you like literally this part. So this is what I was working on. It was like this big panoramic scene, and I just painted it from scratch. And it looked really good to me. Totally concept. It wasn't supposed to be perfect or anything. I'm sure I have it. Hang on. Oh, I know where I can find it. One sec. I got you. I got it. Don't worry. Let me take this, export that file, because it'll be in the exports folder. And I don't know where that folder is, but when I export something, it shows up in the folder. Okay. Yes, here it is. Dude, that took ages. Okay. This was what I worked on. I was really impressed by this. Like all the lighting and all the thing. It's like a level for a game, basically. It's like a big arena. Like all this stuff, and that was really, really nice. The light feels good. I want to play with a histogram on this thing a little bit, but I don't think I have one. Oh, thank you. Yeah, you know what it is? In pixel art, there's a skill that you learn when you do palette creation that I didn't realize I was learning for all art. I thought I was just learning it for pixel art, but it actually totally applies. Like knowing that I need to make this darker in between there. It's about the balance between this color here and this space here. And it's because in pixel art, you can only pick so many colors anyway. You just don't have the budget to just to screw it up. So everything ends up being balanced because you only have so many colors to use. You can't accidentally make one section way too dark. Whereas with like this kind of hi-fi, high-res art, it's like, well, you could accidentally add a really dark color here. There's something that I do where because here I'm actually using indexed color. Like I can't paint colors that don't exist already in the thing. I'm not using pressure sensitivity. So I can't, if I set a color, I'm using that color. It's in there. So there's only like 12 colors here, but that's good. That's how paintings got made, you know, back in the day. It's way, way better than trying to mix stuff. As a beginner, at least. I see myself as a beginner. Like there's stuff here I don't have to think about because I know which colors I'm using already. It's fun. I feel so like as a kid, I was quite a little artist. Like I used to really think of myself as an artistic kid. And I had a friend who was like even better than me. He was actually great. He moved more into music than art though. He was just, I don't know. He just, you know, like the difference between like skill and talent. Like talent you just have a lot of the time. Skill you really have to develop. They're the same thing, but one comes from time, one comes from like your brain's innate ability to interpret what it's seeing. So that you learn, you know, talented people learn faster. Well, this kid was like one of my best friends in school. He was really talented as an artist. He didn't have to put in as much time to learn quicker than me and do better stuff than me. He was painting quite like realistic, you know, like a realistic tiger when he was like 12 years old, 11 years old. And he did go to like art classes. So maybe he had like a teacher sort of pointing him in the right direction, whereas I didn't. So maybe I was just sort of stuck copying anime stuff or whatever. But he was just better than me. And so I think there was, I guess, a point in my like early high school, well, after high school into university, where I sort of stopped thinking about myself as an artist and more as a designer. I think it felt better to call myself a designer because it meant design is a much more, what's the word? Scientific thing than art. You can learn design and you can apply principles and you can sort of study it in more practical terms. And I think I had like quite an analytical way of thinking about the world. And so as a designer, it felt like that felt more natural to call myself that, and to identify as that. But I really think in the last few years, I think artist is coming back a little bit. For me, I think I'm just seeing that a little more. There's like a natural improvement that I didn't count on, that I'm like, oh, actually, like maybe I could sell my paintings one day or something. Like maybe someone would want to buy my art. Like it's not good, like it's not there yet, but like I'm improving. And if I just kept improving, then maybe, you know, there's something there for me. Not that I would ever want to exclusively do that kind of thing. But, you know, even like the game, for a long time, I wasn't sure if like the game could hold up to the what I call like the comps. So, you know, like Owlboy, Iconoclasts. I never thought Insignia's art could match that stuff. It's just not in the, like, it's like a never thing. Like, this will just never happen. But now I'm like, maybe. It's not out of the question. I'm not Simon Anderson, but like, I'm closer to Simon Anderson now than I ever have been. Like, I'm more than 10 years behind him as an artist. But him 10 years ago, that's when Owlboy came out. So like, you know, maybe. And I know it's kind of icky to think about things that in those terms, but it helps me for sure. If I can see an improvement and I can measure it and it gives me hope to follow certain goals or objectives or dreams or whatever. I guess I never really stopped wanting to think about myself as an artist. It just didn't feel like I earned it. This is getting close. I don't know what I'm doing wrong though. There's something like, I know the ripples need to, you know, they need to sort of emanate circularly from here, but also it's horizontal because the water's flowing, you know, it's like an ocean. So like maybe you wouldn't even see the ripples. Like this is an area where I don't have expertise. So then like, I'll just back it off, right? I'll just like say less. I'll just say less king and it won't look as bad. Well, I mean, like I'm not trying to make a sky. I'm not trying to do that. I guess you're right though. Because if I did a sky, you know, like the sky would be something like this. Stronger blue. With lighter highlights. maybe this is too. Yo, thanks for the sub. Thanks, Wizwhale. Hey, Hushmet came the key. Welcome. Thank you so much. Other than the general advice of just draw and paint, and you had to start over and learn from here on out with no prior experience or knowledge, what advice would you give, and would there be a particular path that you would take? Where's my light source? It's back there. The sun is like, you know, back here, but we're inside of like a cave. But there's like, there would be sky over here too. So how's that? Does that help you? That's how I see it. So the light's happening behind, it's back there. The sun is probably over here, but there's a cave here in the way. So you can't see the sun. So it's kind of like globally illuminated from, you know, where the sky is essentially. And then we are in an undercroft in a grotto. Okay. So the advice that I would give for someone other than like just do it lol. I mean, look, so much of it is just do it lol. But I would say this is a Wacom 1. It's the cheapo Wacom tablet. I only use the cheap ones, but they're really good. Wacom's really good. So what advice would I give? I mean, so much of it comes down to what I would say is it's like referencing with intent, right? Being like rationalizing as you're working. It's not full autopilot and it's not full tracing. It's like trying to learn either directly from a reference, like I was doing a little bit here. You saw me do it a bit earlier. But like you might not, if you're a beginner, you would look at this and go, what are you even doing that's similar? And like for me, the answer was like the speculars. So like all these little lights shimmering off the side, the really high contrast bits. That was when I looked at that, I was like, oh yeah, I'll add some of those like here and here and here and here on these little edges. Like that's what I was picking up from there. Maybe like even just now, like the high exposure on that background. You know, you blow that out and it makes it look more realistic. Now I don't want to blow it out, so I won't. But for a beginner, I mean, like I've got a video on referencing, like for trees and stuff. It's really about, I think like, and again, this is something that this is how I'm still working on Insignia. That's right, you, Julie. How I like to think about these things. I'm a very like teach a man to fish kind of guy. I don't like to give a man a fish. A lot of people have complained that my tutorials are too conceptual and not like literal enough. Like, teach me how to draw a house, Adam. But I really think that the more that you can build knowledge as you're working, the faster, the easier you'll be able to map out your work in a way that like, sorry, let me see if I can package this into one nice sentence. If you just draw anime faces all the time, you'll get really good at drawing anime faces, but you won't get good at drawing anything else. But if you draw lots of different things, you'll start to understand how light works as a system, how like light bounces off of things, and how to convey depth and perspective and all of these other things that may not help you draw anime faces very well, but they'll help you draw animal heads and human faces and statues and all these other things that aren't anime faces. So what I do, if you're going to spend your life doing art, what I would do is, yeah, draw a lot, but draw different things and be conscious when you're drawing, when you're looking at references. What am I taking from this? What lesson am I learning about reality right now and how it is perceived by a human eye or a camera, right? There's something here about not every, like, one of my favorite artists is Alia, I think I spelled that right, Alia Chen. Alia Chen is just fantastic. She has a sister who's also fantastic. They're both amazing concept artists. And it's very obvious to me that her art comes from a camera reference. There is a filmic quality to this work that really thinks about the lens. It's more than just what would my eye see. Your eye would not see this in this scene. This is about like a long lens with a narrow focal length. You know, we are taking this photo from actually pretty far away, but the depth of field is really narrow. So the idea of like using like a telephoto or a portrait lens or a wide angle lens, those are all things that you can't really, you won't learn that just by looking at the world. You know, even your, hey Booyah Grandma, welcome. Thank you so much for the raid, the return raid. Even your internal sense of the world, like when I'm looking at, if I put my eye in front of my face and look at something far away, yes, it's blurry, but like how often do you walk around with things directly in your face like that? You know, for hours, long enough to draw a picture of them. Who's my favorite pixel artist? My favorite pixel artist? I don't really have one favorite. I have different favorites. This is Alia Chen. Alia Chen works at Pixar at the moment, I think. Actually, she might work, she no longer, I think she might have moved to like a different Disney studio, or she works at Riot now. There you go. Netflix, Nickelodeon, Paramount, Illumination. She's killed it. Actually, I think it might be her twin sister who works at Pixar. They're both amazing. So 3 pixel artists I like. For me, in animation, it's Joe Williamson. Joe Williamson is, to me, one of the greatest animators in pixel art. He just has it. I mean, he's also just an amazing pixel artist, but his animation is top tier. Where is his media? I want to see recent stuff. For me, some of his pixel art, I mean, his compositions are incredible. I think of him more, though, as a low-res painter in a lot of senses than a pixel artist. I mean, he is a pixel artist, but I mean, this is pixel art. But there's something, about the art form that I think, for me, I try not to what's the word? I see a lot of my instincts are here. Like I have similar instincts, but I try to curb those instincts a little bit, mostly because I think for video game art, the painterly look misses some of the nostalgic factor of what pixel art used to look like in retro games. And I think, at least for me, working on Insignia, there are aspects where I really want something to feel like it's at least got, I don't know, aspects of like when something's too good. How do I put this? I've got a perfect example. So looking at this versus looking at Chasm game screenshot, the one screenshot that gets thrown around a lot for Chasm, this one here. Notice how like this screenshot is very, it's still exceedingly obvious that it's pixel art. Not just that you can see the pixels, but I'll wait for it to show up. Hang on. Right, Brendan James Greer is a pixel artist. And yeah, some of this is about low res and high res. Like the lower res you go and the more palette constraints you, my gosh, what is happening here? The more palette constraints you work with, the more you have to use some of those techniques, like dithering and things like that. And I think for me, that's where Joe's work, I'm seeing less of it, right? I got to wrap up soon. I'll have a couple. I'll have a few. Yeah, like this, you know, thinking about dithering, thinking about aliasing and how that works into it. I'll have 4. That, I think it's if I'm talking about favorite pixel artists, I have to think about artists who use those, who work within those kinds of constraints. So to me, there's that. I also have like huge reverence for Simon Anderson. I think he's like, for me, I was talking about him earlier, he's like a, you know, generational, incredible pixel artist. I mean, some of this stuff is just, it's unfair. It's unfair. You know, like this, to me, this actually reads more as pixel art than Joe's work, even though it's as detailed. Like the rock faces here, to me, I still see pixel art because I can see the techniques more clearly. It's not as splotchy, painterly, impressionistic. It's detailed. Like, look at the trees. I can see the thistles in the freaking pines. This is the Owlboy guy. This is that guy. So hard. I think Simon Anderson might be my favorite. Let's just put it out there. I think Simon might be my favorite. Pure artist, Simon. Not as an animator, but as an artist, I think he's the number one for me. Of course, there's also wow, that's crazy, man. Of course, there's also Cyan. Thomas Feichtmeyer he's just like, again, like a generational pixel artist. He's just like he's incredible. He's so good. And he does like, you know, pure pixel art. Bro, I want to see your work. You know, some of this stuff is like, I find personally the subject matter of his pixel art is less aspirational for me. Like I feel like I don't want to copy Cyan's way of working. It just, for me, it maybe comes from like a different generation or a different, what is it? Right. Yeah, like there's something about this that I don't aspire to. I don't know why. It's just maybe there's something about the desaturated aspects of it or the grainy aspects, or I don't know, but there's something about it that I'm not. He can't be my favorite because I wouldn't want to be him in that respect. I still think he's one of the top 3 in the world, but I mean, this is gorgeous. This reminds me a lot of like I've got an acquaintance who I met recently who worked on a game called Attack of the Astrals. He's a great pixel artist too, and I feel like he has more in common with Thomas's art than I do. Right, this feels like something more inspired by or in the same thrust
The
as
stars fall
Thomas
and reach war.
Faked Meyer's work. It's something about the colors and the details and how they're like the very, very subtle and procedural dithering here, like very technical. This is kind of like if I could choose what artist I want to be, this is the artist I would want to be. I don't know who's the artist for Chasm, but his technical work for me, Chasm game, pixel artist, it's Dan Fessler? Wait, do I know Dan? Like this to me is like astounding in it's right down the middle of painterly, but also very clearly pixel art. It's not over detailed, it's not under detailed. It's so intentional. I find it extremely enticing for me. This is like again, I don't think he's necessarily like the best pixel artist of all time or anything like that, but he's up there, and his choices are choices that if I was doing my very best at my career height, I'd want to be making the same choices he's making in terms of how he's doing his details. This is so efficient. Like, look at how, like, this flat area here, that's one color. All of this is one color, but it feels somehow like he's getting so much detail out of it. I'm just in awe with his work. It's so efficient. Because like when I look at not Joe's work, but when I look at Simon's work, I don't think it's feasible. I don't know how Simon does this. Like, I don't know how he puts the time into this. This is like, I would kill myself if I had to make this. I just couldn't do it. I would never commit to this. Maybe because, I don't know, I don't think he does programming. I think he's just an artist. But this to me feels like, it's like raising the bar to a place that nobody can follow you. Like, it's the greatest of all time, but it's like, you're becoming the Magnus Carlsen at this point. Whereas like, this is like, okay, this is not, it's not a scope thing that's crazy. It's technical, you know. It's like the technical excellence without necessarily being like, it's not like he's painting the Sistine Chapel. It's not going to take him 20 years to do it. So I'm just following, you know, I'm just trying to do something that feels like it has, I'm trying to land on something that has the confidence and also is efficient. So like this, I'm quite proud of. Like this is looking, it's getting there for me. Getting rid of the palettes is helping me a lot, actually. I feel bad about saying that, but some of these scenes, once I tidy this up, I think it's going to look great. A lot of that comes down to just saying, screw it. I'm going to pick a limited palette, but it's not going to be the same palette for every scene in the game. What else is really good? I mean, scenes like this one, I'm quite starting to get very proud of the work. This feels like a lot of the lessons that I've learned over the years compiling down quite well. I'm getting there. Like, this didn't take that long, and it's got the impact that I want it to have. But I think a lot of my work is, I mean, it's limited by the constraints of needing to be in a video game. And I always kind of go up from black, you know, it's like, this is very dark. And so I get away with a lot of, yeah, there's waterfall sounds, but I haven't animated the water. I haven't yet figured out exactly how to limit this palette. How to express myself in a limited palette, but we're in a place where there's lots of light. That's for me the next thing that I'm again trying to get there, but it's not obvious how to get there for me. So, you know, like a lot of these scenes looks great, but it's too, like, I love the background in this scene. I think Insignia is not going to be the most greatest expression of my art across the game. It can't be, because art is not it can't be the primary focus, even if it's a huge focus, because there's just too much of it. I need to be economical about it and smart and, you know, make good choices, which means not being able to spend forever on every background. But I hope that I create a world on the whole that makes you inspired. Yeah. So being able to, like, it's the concepts that I think are worth more than the rendering. And I think I've achieved that. I think the animation of Insignia is going to be a standout, you know, like, there's a lot to like about, I think, the way that Armin moves and animates and that kind of stuff. And then the little touches, right? It's really about the art being able to support the world that I'm trying to convey. That's more important to me than being the best pixel artist of all time right now. All right, chat, I gotta go. I'm really, really over time, and I feel really guilty because my wife's making dinner, and we didn't agree that she'd only be making it by herself. So I'd love to talk about pixel artists for forever, but instead we're gonna raid. Well, she does do English. Let's raid DevGirl. Chat, if you like what I do and you want to see more of it, please wishlist Insignia on Steam. It makes a big difference for me. If we can get like 50 wishlists a day, that's huge for me. So anything that you could do, if you haven't wishlisted yet, please do. That's the stream. I'm going to catch you on Monday. As always, I've been Adam. You've been the Pixel Pals. This has been the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Until next time.